Guys, never use slippers that have flat surface in Miami, because I almost broke my fucking leg right now in a bathroom. I understand now how elderly trip and fall in bathrooms and break their, feet or arm, or even worse, because it's fucking easy to do so. And one of the most stupid thing is that the whoever's making the bathroom, they install like, oh my god, dude, what all of the fucking airport, you need to be here, right? Jesus fucking Christ. Stupid shit. Okay, so whoever was building it, like, they need to use some surfaces like tile that is not slippery when wet, because restroom is a fucking wet place. Okay, so it's a wet place here too. It was just raining, and it's a bunch of soup, which is common for summertime with the storms around. It looks like that, guys. It's kind of like a soup. And it's Atlanta. That's where we were yesterday. So we're gonna get into the Boeing, and I'm gonna get today into a lot of a lot of information. Что такое? Что за хуйня? Было 7 человек, стало 1. Что это за хуйня? О, 3. 2, блядь, пиздец. Колбасит людей, что ли? Alright, so today we'll cover a lot of ADM, a lot of tricks of the trade for flying 737, a lot of useful information. But we'll start with the real flight for the Southwest. And let's see where we're going. Because we came from... Well, Florida is bombarded by rain as normal. It's like third day in a row we have this weather here. That's normal. Oh, well, not anymore. Yeah, it's kind of already getting sunny out just now, but in the morning it was still like that. Like when I came out in the morning, it was like thunder. Alright, so yeah, as you can see, the Florida is bombarded by weather. We'll be back here because I wanna test it out, but I wanna get into this weather to more coming from the north. Should be looking different a bit. In beta, of course, they broke something. They cannot, like, beta 7, by explain. First of all, when you sign up for beta, you understand that you will have sometimes artifacts and stuff, that's not working. So, in latest explain, they did something like the weather is going crazy. They broke the weather, basically. Not the weather, but the clouds, and you see how the clouds are building on your eyes. That's not Neo. That's how the weather is controlled, and it's shitted. They shitted. I always wonder how the heck they can like fix one problem and just break the other. I think they just create work for themselves. That's what I think. That's my opinion. So let me know if you need some normal worker. Somebody who will be generous about what they do and know what they do and desire the outcome product. Number one, I don't want to sit all my life and work and explain laminar and create myself work by doing crappy updates. I don't want to do that, but I will require some good money. So money is a motivator, and I can do a lot of things. So my goal is to make Explain look exactly as real, with the shortest term possible, because we don't have all the life to live to be dragging it out. Like, what the hell? I'm 40 and Sim still looks like shit at sometimes, you know? And I started when I was seeing like at 16. Jeez. 24 years ago. And still, you know, of course I'm dramatizing. It's not as bad, of course, but still, if you need somebody who can do atmosphere and who will do atmosphere, call me, okay? We'll talk about the part that needs to be about finance. But I can see it's raining there now. So I just didn't see that sudden weather changes before and Explain, so must have been dramatic weather station. But you see, it's easy to overcome. They just need to blend, need to extend that blend a little bit farther, and that's just a wrong multiplier for the blend. You know what I mean? So whatever they did, they did. But for now, I'm concentrated on Neo, so that's what I'm doing. You guys saw that I came out with 1.6, and the same day they released the 1.7. I was like, what? You know what I mean? You gotta be kidding me. It's like, what are the odds? You know what I mean? Like, they're definitely watching my streams or something. Or somebody's watching something. But guess what? I came up with 1.7, so, and it looks amazing because I redid the rally scattering. I redid it for the sunsets, so the sunsets look fucking amazing right now. Even they look. I thought everybody's talking about like clouds is bad in in beta 7, which I don't find so far right now. They might have artifacts. I know I had artifacts myself. Like, this is the example of it, because obviously it's fluid. So if you want the most diversity in the clouds as far as how they look, and they'll be like real like, then of course you will have strange figures. That's normal. I wouldn't mind about that. All I mind about unnatural coloring, like too dark or too bright, and I mean, ultimate shape, like the major shape is important, but the outcomes, what sometimes might come out of it, is not really important. I mean, it can be fixed, but it's not priority. Priority is to get rid of all the dark shit, you know, the darker than it's supposed to be, and get rid of improper coloring and fast changing. And fast changing, that's their weather engine. And of course, the station information changes. That's no problem. Hopefully we won't see that a lot today. But the rest of it, Neo looks perfectly fine with it. It works, it does its job. I can see like it's raining down there. Look at that. Nice. That's what I'm talking about, guys. 3D 3D rain, whatever. So it's good. It's good. Like, it's raining right here now. And you can see clearly it's more like the improvement. You can even see a part of the sun, but it's still musty. Like, you understand, the area around that kind of weather would be always like musty as soup. Good day, Space TK. Could you do Rhinops one day? Perhaps, yeah, because we need to check the Europe, you know? I also, like, I did the lights for Europe, but I never flown in Europe. But I know it's good. Sometimes it's even better than US in some airports because it's more fun. You see, yeah, there we go. We have that weather change again. I don't know if I didn't notice that before, or it's just changing way too dramatic. But I don't think I noticed that before. That's their problem, guys. Because look, in Neo, I didn't do anything about the actual representation of the weather, such as like dictate what clouds to draw or how they draw. It's still done under the weather engine. I'm only doing the scattering and how it looks, and just kind of gases and the lighting and the just perspective. So a lot of that stuff that you see is done with that. Yeah, and it's right. I don't know if they fixed a little bit the lighting in this update, because it might seems that even that my cockpit are a bit darker than it's supposed to be. So let me see something real fast. Maybe I need a hot fix. Let me see. Well, I mean, that way is more realistic, kind of. But it has its flaws. Like, what do we have? We'll give it a try both ways, okay? That's how I used to have it, and then I changed it in 1.6 because they did too bright with panels. But I bet you that no, I'm gonna change it. You see, that's what I mean. Like, when I go inside the cockpit, when I look inside, it lights up the whole thing like I'm looking with a flashlight, and that's not how it's supposed to be. So I'm gonna take it back. I just might take it back. Not too much. Jeez. 1.5, 0.5 up. See. That's more like it. Let's keep it 1.5 for now, and then we'll see what it does. Exactly. All since I'm considering buying X-Plane 12, would like to see a good demonstration, especially with this. You're in the right place, brother. You're in the right place. I'll give you the most realistic flight as possible, and you'll see all the beauty of it. I guarantee you. Just stand by. We will do this flight real fast, so people get to see the flight. And later, after the flight, I will be doing just approaches in different cities throughout the world. I'll go to Europe. I will do touch and goes. I will do full stops, We will do all kind of approaches, you name it. And I'm gonna show you kind of like a tricks of the trade, what to do to achieve the fastest way possible what you need. So yeah, let's go. We are located at Atlanta, and today I will be using this, the QRH for the 7.3 NG, right? The master minimum equipment list. You got, this is important, guys. This is payware, but I guarantee you this is the best what you've read about Boeing. That's FMC User's Guide by Bill Bulfer, and it's not just a user's guide. This is like a type of rocket science about what you can do with Boeing. It's the magic what you can do with it. I don't want to like compare it to other airplanes right now, but no other plane can do that. You got the ultimate choice with the FMC in general. And FMC, this is like together the CDU, the MCP, the DUs. You know, that's your computer. Well, basically FMC is computers, but FMS is a system. That's the whole take of it. And that's a CDU. So if I'm gonna be saying CDU, that's gonna be that. All right, CDU1, CDU2. All right. Get that book. Get that book. I'm gonna be kind of quoting a lot of stuff from it. Then QRC 1 and 2 pages. Just quick reference. And checklists for the Southwest. Okay, so all right, here we go. I'm gonna put, wait, I need to put the Neo link into the video description. Neo. After all, all right, looking good. Alrighty. So yeah, fun day. Where are we flying? We're going north, 100%. All right, let's go towards Atlanta. Somewhere here. Yeah, Atlanta. And then we're going to let's go to BWI. Take it along the East Coast. And then we'll, you see, no. Never mind. Let's go to Chicago then. Midway. By the time we get there, this front is gonna pass. And that's gonna be fun. Alright. So Midway. It's a small airport and with short runways. They called USS Midway for a reason, you know. Southwest. Well, hold on. I think there's a real one. Yep. 1845. I like that. I already like that. It sounds legit. 1845. Atlanta. King. All right, so initially let's check for the preliminary weather, right? So I'm gonna look at the radar and I'm gonna look at the speed, which way it passes. Oh, okay, it's moving. That's bad. So it might be on the edge of it, even. All right. No good. 2.5 rain scattered. Yeah, it's gonna be improving. 524 with a tempo for the 18420 to start. Drizzle rain, light rain, broken 008. Okay, but looking at the top, that's gonna be more or less same picture here all day. So it's gonna get onto the middle, onto this kind of like an edge of this front, and this is why it's all gonna be fun. Might get really nice pictures. Might not. You never know until you fly from one rain to another. So I'm gonna just take, and we flying out the weather with rain. So I'm gonna have to take extra weather fuel, and 4,000 is enough, basically. So I took that. And whoa, what time? 2:50. There's no way I'll make it by 1920, so let's just keep 30, because if I would just do it and not explain anything, then I would, of course, but so I need to just kind of like preliminary weather to see if anything prevents me to go to the airport destination, and it's not. So there's nothing wrong with rain. It's not gonna stop us from going there. Not in this condition, I mean. All right. So, I'm going to download the flight plan. Zibo. All right. Let's connect. First of all, I gotta check if chokes are in. Yes. Alright. So first of the day items. We need FCOM 6.1, which is supplementary power. Established power, right? I'm kinda thinking maybe 0.6 is 0.4 is better at that auto exposure. It's still kind of gloomy day, you know what I mean? That's how it was. And that's more like it, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Open window. Okay, so electrical power up consists of battery switch going down, standby power switch, guard close check, alternate flaps, master switch card check, windshield wipers and park, electrical hydraulic pumps off, and landing gear lever down, and verify you got the 4 lights illuminated. Greens, no reds, and then yeah. So hydraulics are off, wipers off, that is guard and close it. Alright. Everything closed and guarded and off. Gear lever down, 3 greens here. 3 here. Cut off and weather radar off. Alright, so now gotta check some overheats. Is done on battery. Oops. Alright. And set the power. Plug the power. As soon as power is connected, legally steady. Wheel well logo. All right. Yeah, that's more like it. No, 0.4 is perfect. I was beginning to think. Yeah, cab utilities IFE pass on. These are guarded. That way. And turn these on. Alright, we might just power up the right side. Erect this. Let the aircraft wake up. Alright, so we need to check the lights again. And check those are separate. They're in separate circuit for checking. You know, and every light you can check by pressing on it. Yeah, but it's not made here. Okay. Be on bright at daytime and dim at night. Alright, so now I'll do all the fire checks. Okay, so cargo. I'll do this one again on AC. I will check for the silence of bell, but I can't do that here. And I'll do overheat here. And we have aircon and must caution. There you go. And I would check the crew oxygen. Do the oxygen test properly, but you can't do it here properly. And then check the engine oil quantity, 1818, hydraulic quality, and I would set the second one to on to check. So that's the position for the aircraft to walk around. What the fuck is that? I pressed something. Wow. Grib. Pretty cool. I don't know what I pressed, but something showed up. Alright. So, also I would check the step trim cutout switches being normal. I would check for the trim to operate. Also, I would check the autopilot for and the right one. And for disconnect on overpower and disconnect on with a button. Alright. So those are the preliminary checks. Also do the jib whiz system test.
Line slow. Pull up.
Actually
Wind shear. Wind shear.
correct
Wind
date,
shear.
correct everything.
Terrain. Terrain. Pull up. Obstacle. Obstacle. Pull up. Airspeed low.
How many more minutes? 3 more minutes out here. So, yeah, so check out the jib whiz and the TCAS. I don't think TCAS is gonna work yet because they're not allowed aligned or anything, but it might. Yeah, it's not gonna work yet. All right, so that's the preliminary preparation. Also, when you look around, right, on the overhead, you need to verify that you have no GPS lights over here when aligning, no PSU light. You're gonna, after 4 minutes of power being on transfer bus, you can test the stall warning. And the Mac airspeed. Also check the voice recorder. Alright. Okay, and yeah, just make sure the crew oxygen is proper quantity. Alright, so I'm gonna need to see basically on the electrical panel I want to see no transfer bus lights or source lights. And everything is normal. Just kind of the aircraft ready for boarding. That's what I need, right? So we got external air. Let's kind of look all the systems, and I've always going to get the walk around. My hydraulics are working for that moment. I can turn off alphas. It'll still check. We check the quantity and pressure here, and oil pressure and oil quantity in here. So liquids, and you would do the safety equipment check. You would circuit breakers all in. You gotta check the PBE, the 3 flashlights, X, the extinguishers. You gotta check the ropes and all the good stuff. And the gear door is supposed to be closed. Manual gear door extension. Extension door. What did I just say? Manual gear extension door. Whatever. Yeah. And that concludes. So yeah, all the proper documents on board. There are plenty. And let's do the originating checklist, please. Logbook aboard, landing gear pins 3 aboard, fire warning overheat checked, start levers cut off, step trim cut out, switch is normal, light test checked. So now we can start boarding. Boarding. Load OFP. Activate. Nuh-uh. Come back. Come back, my love. Alright. Also, I want, in my plane, I want the visual effects of cockpit glass. Because it not only does the cockpit glass, but does the instrument glass. Look at the dandruff or something. I don't know. Balls dandruff. All right. Now, my aircraft is being loaded with fuel and cargo, and I'm gonna prepare the flight plan. At some point, the passengers start boarding, but that's all without me doing anything. Okay. I'm just gonna flip the switch of the chime and it will happen. Okay. So let me Alright, so every tap, you can see the nice sounds, right? Somebody did a really good job. What happened here? Alright, so this is my flight plan. I'm gonna get it over here. The next moving things in cockpit is gonna be the ultimate simulation thing. And I'm waiting for the aircraft that is gonna do that. But I doubt that the progress will do too fast on the Sims though. Alright. Import. Alright, we're just gonna hit load, load, load. Activate, and every time, so load, activate, legs, route data, load, activate, and then init, load, and there's not going to be an activate on that one. Alright. Out here, we'll just do the with the weather. It's gonna show up here. Alright. Is it sunny out now? No, it's not. Oh, it's kind of like half sunny. You know what I mean? You know these days, right? When it's like overcast and rain nearby, but then sun just kind of looks out for a moment and then it gets covered again. I love that. Yeah, it's a common thing, and it's kind of like I'm looking at the cockpit start to get a little brighter, and I'm like thinking, what might have happened? And yeah, that's the type of the weather. So Neo takes care of all that. So you look at the insides and you know right away that things changed. Where to buy the book? Online? Just Google Bill Balfour FMC, something like that. I don't have direct link, but you can Google it online. Bill Balfour. The guy is called. I'm gonna put it in chat. Here. Bill Balfour's FMC guy, but be careful, it's a lot of reading. I studied the book for like 5 years or so. Let me go smoke, and I'll be right back, guys. Just a short break. 2-minute break. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so the passengers can start boarding now. I'm gonna switch on the APU. We got some kind of tape on the windows or something. So reserves 3.5, and we got weather reserves too, so 3.5 plus fine res. Let's do 7.5 so we know when we hit the weather fuel. Okay, that's just for us, because we can change that number here. The reserves, we can get changed to ultimate reserves, to final reserves, right? That way we just know if we spend any weather fuel. Alright, let's get the clearance. You can hear the APU starting. So APU gotta be online some time just to stabilize. Then we can drag air from it. So we'll keep it on GPU and use APU air. Okay, 8 right. Warren. Recipe. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna connect. Okay. Alright, so warm recipe, IAU, Josie, Fisk 6, 4 right. We will still cross-check the navlog. Right now, we just want the flight level. Cost index 360.
08 left, 09er right, 10.
Cost index is correct. The top of cruise out OAT and winds are correct.
Local winds are 085 at 13 knots, gusting to 24 knots. Visibility 6 miles in light rain mist. 1,000 broken. 2,600 broken. 8,000 broken. 20,000 overcast. Temperature 23, dew point 21. Current altimeter is 3012. Arriving and departing runway 09er left, 08
3012.
08 left,
High pressure.
09er right, 10. Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Information Tango, 652 local winds are 085 at 13 knots,
12, okay,
24 knots. Visibility 6 miles in light rain mist. 1,000 broken. 2,600 broken. 8,000 broken. 20,000 overcast.
Alright.
Temperature 23, dew point 21. Current altimeter is 3012.
Don't look if the stream is jerky because I'm using loosely scaling. That's why.
09
So I have 90 FPS on that, but I can't for some reason.
Jackson, Atlanta International.
It does not.
Tango, 652.
The OBS does not reflect it for some
13
reason.
knots gusting to 24 knots. Visibility 6 miles in light rain.
All right, so I'm gonna use here. I'm gonna do all three. Open and then open these.
8,000 broken. 20,000 overcast. Temperature 23. Dew point 21. Current.
All right, and I'm gonna also turn on the dim. There you go. Southwest 1845 with Oscar, ready to copy I-4 to Chicago Midway.
Southwest 1845 is cleared to Chicago Midway International Airport. Fly the farm to departure with the rest transition. Then as fun. Expect departure runway 08 right. Climb to 8,000 feet via
Right.
the departure. Expect higher clearances 2 minutes after departure. Atlanta departure on 133.47. Squawk 4644.
Southwest 1845 is cleared to Chicago Midway International Airport. Flying hard to departure with cruise transition. Then is 5. Climb to 8,000 feet via the departure. Expect higher clearances 2 minutes after departure. Atlanta departure on 133.47. Squawk 4644.
Southwest 1845, reback correct altimeter 3012, contact Atlanta ground on 121.75. When ready for pushback, have a good one.
Altimeter 3012 ground on 121.75 Southwest 1845.
They give us 8 right though. Oh, it is active. Okay, good. All right, so let's cross-check the route. Alright, so we're gonna do like this. Alright. We will put the plan, right? So that's your Micromotorics here. Put the plan. You look at the screen right here and this screen. And you take 3, then check 3. Then check 3 from here and check 3 from here. So look. Ronnie, Hoyt, Warren. Ronnie, Hoyt, Warren. We take from here now. Respi, Louisville, Josie. Respi, Louisville, Josie. Take from here now. Charlie, Gotney, Fisk. Charlie, Gotney, Fisk. Vic, Ozzy, Azumo. Vic, Ozzy, Azumo. Haley. Discontinuity. Haley, Olchik. Okay, well, we didn't check that in yet. All right. Fisk, Josie. For right, I believe it was. Yeah, 22 left, 4 right. Olchik. Olchik. I don't know why it's called Olchik. Some Polish name. We were here. Hallie, Olchik, Savert. That's the part of arrival. So that will get briefed other way. Alright, so cross-check that, cross-check this. Turn it off. Alright, so we cleared with 8,000. It's gonna be, let's calculate the performance. We, more or less, that we don't need here anymore. We can set it aside. Okay, Hartsville, Atlanta. Alright. Airport. That's one of the busiest airports in reality. I need frequencies and I need this, okay? That departure and departure we have. Okay, we'll boat it. It's like Warren recipe. Recipe. Okay, and then I'm gonna get that. So this is situated in fuel. I need, you know what? Attach that back. I didn't call for close the doors yet. That's little too soon for that. You understand why, okay? So airside services. We're waiting for that one passenger, you know what I mean? Payload 20. That's perfect CG, guys. But payload for some reason not showing. So again, I think this is a bug. I just had to happen to have this bug. Lately. Even though it shows here, it doesn't show there. 33,690. So that's even more perfect. This, but it does not load it for some reason. 35.5. That's what I did last time. I went here. That's supposed to be here more smarter in terms of it should be able to keep that weight here, if you know what I mean. 35.5. Five. 35.5. That's of course not really a good thing. Just gonna check the MAC here. Ooh. All right, what we need is to get to we need to get to 128.6 and 149. 149, yeah, it's close enough, but I need more front. So I need more front. Great. That's what I need. Okay, so now payload, that's correct, 20.2. Don't you worry about that, child. we're just gonna look at this. Wait, what did I customize? Weight and balance. So 149.1 and 4.0 Mac. So we got 2,200 in the rear. Yeah, a bit off here, but it's all right. How much more we need? 48.6, and we got 48, 49. All right. Well, 48.6. I don't know what's the current weight. It's not takeoff weight. I need current weight. That's the thing. Anyway, it's close. It's about 200 less. It's always not enough. So this is why when you do performance, you're gonna calculate for the most number. So you're gonna calculate for 149.1. So the highest number is a lot. Thanks a lot, man. No problem. Enjoy. Take off. Or you can watch my streams and I cover it all. I cover it all instead of reading the book. I read it all back and forth and multiple times. So any questions you might have from the book, I can go over it. Like we can go into detail. Like there are some flying for rocket science, let's say. See, it says advanced techniques, and it's all here. It's all in descent calculations, all the anything you need to know, guys, let me know. I'll tell it all about. Alright. So, let's calc. $149 point, that's good. Populate, calculate. Alright, 5 DTO 50. So DTO 50, assume 5 flaps. I'm gonna look at the fuel. So the balance works here. IRL 22.8. So this is why most people have problems, maybe. Because let me tell you, the plane that is nose heavy flies completely different from when it's tail heavy. 525. Окей. А чё у меня не перестало работать? I have no wait a second. I think I might have a failure, guys. I just wonder if it's not my thing. Let's do this. No, that's not. Bro. Like I said, you know, anytime you fly on stream, it is not a flight without something failing. Why does it do nothing? Low. What? What? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Why? Why? Why is my flight it messed up my flight controls, like my bindings, some of them. That's really strange. Like, these were my trims. Bro. What the fuck? What else fucked up now? See, this is why I even checked in front of you guys. What the Okay, we might see the freaking bugs that it's introduced the beta. Pitch stream up, pitch stream down. Stream down, pitch stream down. Just, I'm gonna, so it's more comfortable this way. All pitch stream down. And it's gonna be pitch stream down. And pitch stream up, up, up. Okay. I don't understand though. What else is good? Bro, seriously, it just went and fucked up all of my controls, man. Why? The question is why. Okay, that works. The Brunner I have, which is full force feedback system, okay? So I have full travel, the yoke, it's hydraulically driven, well, it's electrically driven, but the game simulates all of that. You can hear how some even, so it's bolted into the table and floor because I got real joules of what the flight would feel, right? There's many options here. It's expensive technology, expensive motion device, but it works. And let me tell you, with this config, it feels like real Boeing. I mean, at least the Boeing in the level D type of full flow, full motion training device, right? So it's raining again. So nice. I love it. Turn these off for now. Okay, so 525 and the speeds were 48, 49, 55. This is why I mean that when you do a flight, there's always going to be a delay of something. $155. Boom. LNAV, VNAV. So, got rainy and gloomy. And it actually lights up the place. Like I can see the cockpit is lit up a little bit by that light. That's amazing. I don't know if you can see it or not. Alright, so give you a little briefing. So we got flaps 5 DTO selected, temperature assumed 50, speeds 48, 49, 55, limit code MTLW with a 149.0 weight calculated. It's for the wet runway condition, V012 altimeter, wind 08013. Alright, we're taking off with that with the LNAV, RNAV departure. Well, first of all, we're gonna be pushing nose left, right? We're gonna be push back with the nose right. I mean, let's see where we at. So we're looking for 8 right. So yeah, it's gonna be easy taxi. It's gonna be nose right, and then we expect out of East Delta 31 to Fox or Echo to the hotel intersection. Okay. Alright, so no hotspots throughout this way, just Echo Fox to hotel. Do not miss, do not confuse with Echo 1, and do not overshoot and go to the Victor loop. Because if you go to the Victor loop, you're stuck. You're gonna have to circle back all the way to hotel from the left side. So that's the taxi, okay? Ground condition is 10,000 feet. And departure 8 right, climb heading 095. We want to go straight to the box right here. Climb heading 095 to intercept course 082 095. That's set, and here we want to look for that. Intercept, yeah. Crony, then direct road, Varnum, maintain 250 at Hoyt. Legs, make sure 250 at Hoyt. It's gonna be kind of like a turn, right? Yeah. So let me tell you, with this weather, we want to get out of the soup as fast as possible by the limit of the altitudes they gave us, right? But that's good. It's actually 250 here. We might actually set it. It's 250 and below, so it's not. Well, 250 to not. Yeah. Okay. Let's. I just wanted this first turn to be completed. Yeah, declutter your map, because cluttered map is a bad thing. Out here we can of course speed up. Ronnie, it's not. Don't let it have 250. That should be a tight turn. We should be all in the climb. Really good one. So 230 out here, and then you can also go to climb here. You can check the speed restriction 230 right, and just to make sure out of everything, if the VNAV works here as it's supposed to, you can set the target speed to 230. Then you will resume normal, but set that now. Okay. All right. Don't forget to select Econ after that. All right. So that's that. And we want to discuss the emergency procedures. All right. So on the runway, master caution, master warning below 80, aboard 80 to V1, abort for engine fail, engine fire, aircraft unable to fly. At V1 will continue climb straight out, and the Black Box website, he has this. So you look for your runway there. It doesn't have ATL for some reason. That's interesting. Because look, it has JFK. But I don't know why it doesn't have ATL. All right. Well, for that case, our engine out route would be the same as departure, although we will fly runway heading. I'm gonna try to do it in real plane. You can do so out here. I don't know. Runway. Just kind of look at that format, right, and change it to your runway of departure. Yeah, see, doesn't want. It should though. It should. But anyways, do then this Atlanta, and then any of your route, like such as engine route, you can do by the fix with the radio. So let's say they want us 10 miles out on runway heading, and then left turn, let's say left turn 0 and 360, whatever, right? So we want to have that our distance, I mean our runway heading 095 slash, and then the distance we want. So let's say it's gonna be 10 miles, right? They want us to fly straight for 10 miles, and then at that location, in real aircraft you can select these. Look how it's selected this way. That's how it is in a real aircraft too. And you can create, off of that you can create a fix. So check it out. That's gonna be on the route. So this is an intersection of 15 nautical miles in the radius and that radial 095. Okay, so we can do multiple things. We can go to route and go to route 2, and that's a longer way, but you technically you can do it. That's for the matter of if you have to come back. All right, so you're gonna scratch that for now. You're gonna do ATL. That's all like the emergency procedures, but and then back to ATL. Departure. We want to be able to still have the whole SID just in case, because you never know when it's not gonna fail. All right, so VARM recipe, but see what I'm gonna do right now. Execute. I'm gonna select out here on the second page, not route 1 but route 2, arrival and ATL, and I'm gonna select it to the same runway. Boom. Activate, execute, enable. That's cruise on. That's fine. So out here, we want let's select it in the wrong route. Because I know I selected just now. Route 2. Alright, execute. So this is the departure and both arrival in here. Okay. So boom, 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 boom. Legs. What we want to do? We want to, since we're gonna be, if engine failed on takeoff, right? We want runway heading, so we will do this. Instead of running, we'll go to fix. We'll select that in scratch pad, and we'll go to running and put that instead of fix. So it's gonna create cat 1. Execute, right? Scratch the running. Jesus Christ. Delete the Ronnie. Alright, and then what you want to do, point I can leave, and there you have it for the vectors to the anything that might happen. Okay, so you got initial, and then they'll turn you whatever way. Alright, so that's that. But we need to be able to switch in between those. So if we fail, we'll switch to that. Now we're going back to Route 1. I'm gonna activate it and see how it's supposed to remove all the other data. Okay, there you go. So route, just cross check, make sure it all look good, no discontinuities. As is, as was. Alright, so the climb, limited. Alright, so that means our FMS is set, and CDU, right? Completed. So if you want to fly professionally and just as is in the real world, you guys have to like take care of all these things, you know what I mean? I think it's too much dark. They still have a problem with the fucking shadowing here. I guarantee you. So it's gotta be like fine adjusted. We'll dial down our instruments a little bit because they're too much in the eye. And when it's dark, your instruments, if they're too bright, it's kind of uncomfortable to look at. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna connect to APU, and I'm gonna switch off one pack. The left pack controls more of the cockpit flow, so I turned off the cockpit flow and keep the passengers one. I did that just, you see, in between the gen switch, just because I don't want APU to have a huge load on it. So I'm saving the life of APU generator and APUs. Alright. Okay, 2-minute break, guys, and we are about to push back. I gave you the... Alright, I was going on with the emergency. Kind of just a briefing. Take a look at this. Alright. So, look at that. The briefing as captain. Assign PFPM duties. That means who's going to be flying the aircraft, who's going to be monitoring. Alright, pilot flying, pilot monitoring. SIP. That's kind of like a special, some Southwest stuff. I don't know, I really know what is that. Alternates. We're talking about takeoff alternate and landing alternate. We already discussed what we're gonna do within the engine failure, if something serious, we're gonna come back to Atlanta. If for any reason Atlanta weather is not sufficient for us to come back to, we will use the takeoff alternate, and that might be anything that is a little bit north of the field, because we got that weather coming in here. So RDU or the Knoxville, anywhere. So anywhere in that range, Knoxville, RDU, Atlanta. Okay. Within the alternates within the route as usual, as per company, and out here we have alternate as Mitchell. That's Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Okay. So we discussed that. Then what's this page? Special airports. If this airport is special, such as high traffic, short runways, terrain around, some strange taxi things, anything that sends out, you gotta rebrief it. It's not special MEL. Well, special. It's special about the traffic. So in Atlanta, it's huge traffic, so we're gonna be on the point on the speed, and within the departure, we're gonna be precise. So we're gonna switch on the autopilot as soon as possible for that case, and that just happens. Notice to airmen. I still gonna call it notice to airmen. The lefties won't make me say it notice to air mission or notice to air women or whatever. Airman, it doesn't mean it has to be man. Airman, this is a fucking English. Anyways, man, as far as like people. Anyways, adverse weather. We checked that. We cross-checked. So with the departure, we for sure look. It's a SIG right here, the convective. Tops to 380. So we're gonna watch out for that. We might actually either wait it out if it's too bad. That's kind of what we're doing here, anyways. Just so we cleared with the what's over the airport now, because I guarantee you, when we're gonna be taking off, if we met one of those, it's gonna be bad. Nobody will like it for sure. Yeah, and there's one right now, right over it. That's what I was like. If we get into that avocado, guys, it's gonna be a huge fight, you know? Fist fight, or rather fisting. So, gotta make the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Southwest 1845 service to Chicago. This beautiful Boeing 737-800. I'm your captain for today's flight, and as you can see, we got some weather out here in Atlanta, and that prevented us for departure due to the safety reasons of the regulations. We possibly could take off even now, but we want you to feel comfortable at all times. So due to the weather, we are currently pulling about 30-minute late time, and currently all boarded, ready to close the doors as soon as the weather permits us, and then we'll start heading towards the takeoff. Again, welcome aboard, and have a safe trip. Thank you. Alright, so we let the passengers know, we let the crew know. Since we're burning fuel, we don't have to do it from the tank. We can go like this and just hit crossfade and then turn off the so one of the fuel pumps in the center will drag now to feed the APU. Alright. Professional way of, like, I mean, everybody does it different, but I'm explaining it right now. So this is why it takes longer time. But briefing is brief, right? So we discussed the taxi routing hotspots we already did, the runway condition did, the RTO considerations we already did. The professional RTO speech like procedure saying it would be something like that. In the event of malfunction before V1, okay. So any master caution, master warning below 80 aboard, 80 to V1 abort for engine fire, aircraft unable to fly. At V1 will reject and continue. I'll call reject, simultaneously close thrust levers, disengage hard throttle, apply max manual braking, RTO, raise speed lever, and apply reverse thrust to bring aircraft to stop on the runway. I will verify your action, call speed bank, blah 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 blah. That's him. Then on the continue, if you want to continue takeoff, special engine failure from Atlanta is 095 till 10 miles and the right turn. They might ask us to actually fly the RNAV lane. Then you discuss the altitude, such as engine out altitude is 1,000 feet out here. MSA, discussed ATL MSA, and such. Okay. So in the event of any malfunction prior to V1, call reject, continue, call reject, simultaneous close thrust levers, disengage hard while maximum brake, auto brake, or RTO is needed. Spoilers and apply reverse thrust is available and if needed. Bring the aircraft to complete stop into the wind and stow the reverses. Fully confirm the failure, complete checklist and memory items as appropriate. Depending on malfunction, I'll consider parking brake or not. In some ways you don't need to, and you can't set the parking brake because it's gonna melt the thing. So, and I'll do the PA. This cabin crew to your stations, or cabin crew passenger remain seated, and then we'll continue to evacuate checklist if needed. And then, so you can use that from what you saw. Привет, да, I'm trying to fly into Tashkent with the Neo 16 tonight. It's already 1.7, brother. It's already dark, and 45 minutes I'll be in TD. Can't wait to catch the crackdown when I head back to Shemesa. Air girls? What do you mean, air girls? Airman, like, no, man in English it means human. So airman is pretty much like society of whoever flies. But you know, the lefties, they have really huge problems with education, with language skills, with thinking skills, with the biology, with physics. They're just totally really failures of the people, and they usually just kind of lost, you know. So, and unfortunately there's a lot of lost people right now at their job positions. We came to DEI and with everything, and let me tell you, some people just not for their positions. Do not try to push the fucking round ball into the squared hole, you know what I mean? Just let it ride like biology made it, trust me. But you know, the thing is that it is made on purpose. This is not us doing it. This is get promoted by huge money, and we get really badly fucked. And it's been done for, it's not like conspiracy theory or anything. It's been done for the fact that they want to steal your money, and while they're stealing your money, they want you to be confused and preoccupied with other things, so you don't notice you're getting fucked. You understand? Because the most of the things that they are afraid in life is a revolt. And let me tell you, the United States is full of guns, and If these people get mad, read the Constitution. Read what it says. It says that people can throw away the fucking government if they don't like it. And this is why people of America have guns. That's why, to defend their freedom. So I think it's the time, guys. Because lefties they're not gonna stop. And there's like all these Soros funded shit. Trust me. Alright. I'll be right back smoking. So I'm gonna continue to say notice to airman. I'm not gonna tell it just some wokey changed it. Don't bring your wokeness into aviation. This is serious stuff here. This is physics and math and all of the racist sciences. So, one sec. So people who are behind the just remember one thing, guys, and I'll quit saying anything about politics, okay? Just remember. Just remember, people that are on top here to manipulate everything that's below, and not for the below not to overthrow him and not to so they get rich faster and feel more safe, is people who control food like zerno, grain, right? Grain, oil, gas, electricity, internet, communications, army, anything, like all these, there are people behind it. All these are together. and those are the people who rule. So they need, and then there comes what you other stuff that you see. Like, don't think that if you see a Trump or any president out there that there's only one person who decides the fate of all the world. It's not like that. So your Kamala Harris did not came in, it doesn't mean that she would have do anything. She's a representative. She's a, like, the guy is the president, is a representative of all these desires of all the people who rule the world, the companies. And I'm not even talking about like some this is obvious stuff. So politics is pretty much people who make sure that the crowd does not go revolt, while the people that are just drew that control the world, while they fuck you over to get their billions of dollars, and they drive you to be a fucking slave and work for the rest of your life just so they can eat off of you. But they don't want you to revolt. They don't want you to fucking even say shit. That's why they silencing us and demonetizing, silencing. This is the normal leftism. That's how the left operate. So, okay, so we discussed the emergency procedures. We did the briefing. So the briefing out here, that's your consideration. Then the pilot flying clearances, like clearance, blah blah blah, MC route, engine fail procedures. If it needs to be HDS takeoff, that means with a hood, automation navigation, requirement and climb gradient, transition analysis. So clearance we discussed already, MCP is set, FMC route is set, engine failure procedures we discussed. His parts of it would be, I'm going to be flying the aircraft, he's going to be providing all the accuracies and memory items will do, and the rest of the stuff. So, okay, let's go, I guess. Let's check it out. Let's check out how the weather looks like on the radar. That's the only probably radar you can use out here. Because let me tell ya, I've used this. Well, alright, let's just hope, okay? Right now it's just kind of directly over the field. You know what I mean? Directly over the field. Directly. Is that shit? Is that shit? Human. Human behavior, yeah. The world is not some kind of... You see, that's like, I feel bad for this generation. I don't know what it's called, like the new generations, like couple two, last ones. Like, they don't realize what world they live into. Their world is marked with like pink glasses. They're completely lost. But they're in for a big surprise. If anything would happen, serious happen, like these people would be easy material to prey on. And I'm sorry, but yeah, anybody who born like after 2000, I feel sorry for you. I mean, it's not your fault. I mean, you can be smart. Some people, it's like maybe 1% of people, 2, maybe 3 at the most, people who can even relate and who you can speak to. But if you at least smart that you can understand and make logical outlooks, and just kind of see the whole picture, the big picture, then yeah, you understand it. So it's a thing, like a funny thing. If you need to explain, then you don't need to explain. So smart people understand me right away what I mean. If you don't understand, no point of me explaining it to you. I don't call everybody that born after 2000 is doomed, but guys, you just happen to live in that kind of time that you haven't seen any better or worse. And I think wars is the key here, because if you've seen wars, it gets you hardened. You know, the worse your life is, like the harder your life is, the hardened you get, and more proper decisions sometimes you make if you're good-hearted, you know. So a lot of this has to do with internet appearing. So it's not your fault. The internet has appeared, and the people who were born with internet and computer already on, you're not gonna know the life that existed before that, and it was completely different life. So, like with every thing, like existence of computers or the first existence of electricity, imagine it caused wars. So shit like that caused wars, because people start to act funny. All right, I'll be right back, guys. And we go on. So I'm coming back, and we are starting. Pushing back. Look. Good, 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 good. It had passed. Alright. Alright, let's go. Close the doors and alright. Okay. So we're gonna get pushed like this way. It's faster. We will turn ourselves. Southwest 1845, ready for push and start.
Southwest 1845 pushback and engine start approved.
Pushback and engine start approved. Southwest 1845.
Brake set. Pressure agreed. They will remove the chocks and then I'll let off the brake. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move now. Again, welcome aboard. Apologize for the delay. Thank you. Let's get some air before we punch it off. Alright, so I'll do the flow before start flow. Out here, looking good. I already did part of it, but I just went kind of brain fart a second. Check these. Alright. Okay. Left side. Collision. I'll not have enough. Reset. RTO. Alright, right's clear, left is clear. Start sequence 2 then 1 before start checklist. FMC program, briefing complete, oxygen mask quantity checked, AC is on, navigation switch is normal, display switch is out of normal, fuel. With center pumps on and 20.6. Passenger signs on, window heat on, hydraulic pumps, ASO, is on, pressurization set, auto 34. Flight instruments set 45, 319, ground speed 0. Auto brake, RTO, takeoff warning horn check, parking brake set, is going to be set, other trim free and 0. Before start check is completed and before push, 0 fuel weight and gross weight checked, and 1 DTO 50, 93.6, runway 8 right, flaps OFP, 8 right, CU 8 right, 3 speeds, 31, 41, 45, 48, 51, 55, brakes set. Step trim set, beam cleanup altitude 1000 steps, flight deck door, lights out, and close the door. Alright. Okay. All right. Checklist complete. And the start flow. Engine. Off. Off. Boom. Collision lights. Look for pressure. And start number 2. I could have done the single engine procedure, single taxi out, but that's okay. Version in store 1.0, no, it's 1.6. I don't know where you guys download this, but you don't know how to use the drive, or I don't know, you don't know how to look what's the drive name, or you downloading. Where'd you get the link? Fuel on. VGT and 1 fuel flow, oil pressure. I don't understand when people like so with so much assurance, like, oh, your version, my friend. What do you think if I would have ever catch that? When you download it, it says 1.7, Bravo 6, and 7, 2.3 gigs. I don't know where you download this from, my friend, or you're mixing up even products or what. I don't know. Number 1. Okay, don't distract me from my cockpit, please. With silly stuff. Fuel on. Alright, looking good. And 1. You see? It's a ignite. 065. Fuel flow. Oil pressure. EGT. Look how perfect the engine indications are in explaining how they are realistic. Never in any other simulator I've seen like that. Static cutout. They're like, you can sense the turbine, and you'll understand what I mean. Now, there's a procedure that's called after start procedure. So after start flow, you call it after start flow by saying flaps 5, please. 1, 2, 3, flaps 5, and then he does the flow. Check all these. Recall. Flight controls. Left, right, up, down, and then rudder. Right, left. Now, also one thing you want to do and explain sometimes. That's really useful. 1 at a times per day is useful. I do this. I do calibrate my rudder because it is part of Brunner, but I want to make sure that Explain knows it for a fact good. And as well as I want to do this one. Calibrate. and then I'll do this. This is for my tiller. Okay. There you go. My yoke is completely within Brunner. It's not. All right. After start checklist. Electrical, gen on, prop heat on, anti-ice not required, flight controls checked, flap C, flight indicate flag green light, transponder T area. Our start checklist complete, call for taxi. Southwest 1845, request taxi for departure. And we extend Delta 34 with Oscar. Southwest 1845, request taxi for takeoff. What? Okay, talk to your boy.
Ground Southwest 1845 ready to taxi.
Right's clear, left's clear. We are in movement, non-movement area, so that's okay. Give it a little gas, and then until away.
Southwest 1845 taxi to runway 08 right.
Taxi to runway 08 right Southwest 1845.
Okay. She didn't give us no instruction whatsoever. Alright, so that's some kind of glitches within brake check. Alright, so check the brakes. So let me show you something, guys. When you brake, you can do as much hard brake as you need, but when you stop, it's got to be smooth like this. So the last second of the stop, the last moment of the stop, it defines how smooth you are. But that's understood. If you ever driven a car, it's the same way. Okay, so that roll. Check how the thrust is operating in the aircraft. So you give it a thrust, you wait, and then it start pushing you. And by the time it start pushing you, already probably want to set back, because that's enough for you to start rolling. You know what I mean? This is so this is why you get used to the proper jet engine controls on the ground. Use it on the ground, and you understand how it works. And to make it, you can hear it like here, how much exactly and what I give as a thrust. Look. See, I hold the brakes a little bit, I advance, then I let off. See how much it takes? Just that. And make sure not to blow away your rampers. And that's it. Just like that. Imagine you are, I don't know, a train. You gotta move like really smooth, you know what I mean? Alright. So that's that. See, you see that why it's so smooth? Because I'm not doing this. See, I could have done it and it would be much more jerky. See how I'm doing now?
Southwest 1845.
So the reason I'm smooth is that all my micro
9.3 southwest
movements are precise. So if I stop like this, the last second I'm gonna stop smoothly, you know what I mean? Alright, let's recall this thing. So 1, 2, 3, El Navida. Alright. Let's do another request. Alright, 8,000 clear our nav. Alright, so 5:25, we will have shit on the weather, guys, for sure. Bro, so okay. My store, I now understand what you meant. In my store, meaning like in my store as the word. Because my friend, because I did not update my website as far as the information. The whole information has got to be like, you understand? I gotta like describe you an atmosphere within 100 lines so people can read it, and because it's a lot of job. First of all, it does not require any reshade, Steven. As a matter of fact, the only reshade I use here is Gaussian blur, and that's just with me not liking the anti-aliasing within Explain, you know what I mean? So I just use it for that. The rest of it is all off. It's natural product. It does not require any reshade. You will have a beautiful picture with the best of reshade you ever tried, but without reshade. Like your eyes, you know? You'll see right now. Thank you, Igor, for stepping in and explaining. Спасибо, спасибо. Я думал, этот чувак купил уже, просто он эту просит, и он типа такой, блядь. Ну, в смысле, просит обновление, и что там единичка. Там, блядь, уже 1.7. Поэтому, да, сорян. Ну, видите, вот почему неудобно эта хуйня общения чисто. Не понимаешь, что человек хочет. Он, может, написал, неправильно выяснился, я его неправильно понял. В итоге я на него нагнал, что он слепой. А на веб-сайте, да, там стоит еще единичка. Ну, давайте я поменяю, чтобы уже быть не было вопроса. Там старая, блядь, информация, там старое видео, блядь. Пиздец, надо срочно. Я очень много денег упускаю из-за того, что там некрасивые скриншоты старые. Я долбоёб. Что поделать? Я долбоёб. Но это просто надо сесть и работать, а не хуйней страдать. Ну я как бы работаю, но только в другом плане, понимаете? У меня вдохновение. So, 1.6 for beta 6 7 and RC with 3D lights. Okay. Good catch, brother. I'm sorry for. I thought you were downloading the version of. That you're downloading the update and you're saying that it's 1.0. And I was like, how in the hell he's got 1.0 if literally it says 1.7? But see, that's why I don't like when you in chat. You don't understand sometimes what person means. Alright, guys, the moment of truth, the moment of how explain feels for you as a pilot to, like, I'm gonna tell you all my feelings, how it feels when I fly, and you're gonna see it. As well as I'm gonna push the proper aeronautical decision making and tell you what do you mean it doesn't work? It works. That's ortho. That's sim heaven. It works perfectly well. It's just it says that at night you need to turn off sim heaven and auto ortho to get full light picture, because light's still gonna work, but you know that sim heaven and auto ortho, they like chop away 70% of your lighting in next plane. You know that, right? You probably don't, but just telling you that, okay? Just so you know. So use default night lighting at night. It's easy to turn off. Save your 2 files and then just turn off. Sim Heaven for some reason went and touched the lights, which are dramatically changed. They're like hundreds of lights, hundreds and hundreds of lights. Like, I don't know, 300, 500 lights different. And for Neo that we changed, it's about like 50 lights of everything from runways to the streets, to like the churches, the gas stations, the fields, the football, anything with like centers, shopping centers. Change all the lights that they look like by brand name, and then you use Sim Heaven at night, which just kind of like just takes and fucking removes that. You understand that, right? You don't want to use it at night. At daytime, yeah, I use it, Sim Heaven and Auto Ortho. But when it's gonna start to get dark, I'm gonna turn the fuck out of it. Like right like 1 hour before sunset, I'm gonna turn it off. And guess what? The picture is not gonna be shitty because default explain went really far. I mean, as far as when you see at daytime, that is. I understand you want your perfect rivers and perfect landscape, but that's during daytime. At night you can see it anyway, but it kills the cities, distant cities that are out there, like the textures I explained. It kills the cities that are in there, like the downtown, Like the I just said what it means, you know. So thank you for purchase, but keep in mind you can't just stick all the shit that out there and explain and then think that it's gonna look beautiful. It won't. You gotta check what you insert. And that's the motto of life. Check where do you insert. I know some people who inserted the wrong thing a long time ago, and now they're waiting until the 18 years old of the result to leave the house. That's it. All right, couple more drags and then we're going. Me explaining this just got to me. It's like, guys, the same thing with everything. Sounds, like if you put some under sound, change the sound, it's gonna be a different sound. Same thing here. They take away buildings. The buildings had 3D lights. Boom. They took away a bunch of it. And then don't ever use anything like extended lights or anything. Don't use it. It's all in the manual. Make sure to read the manual. Just manual. Because when you're using extended lights, what it does, it puts two lights on one position, and then all of your back rural roads are lit up, which is not realistic at all. It does not look at this in your clothes. Stop looking at these videos that are filmed with the iPhone or some phone or some cameras. It always gonna lit up that city like 20 times, 10 times, 10 to 20 times. Seriously, like you can see the city is like daytime. And I took the pictures and I was looking at my phone and looking outside from the plane. And I'm like, no, that's like 15 times more bright, and that's normal because of the camera features, how camera works. The best way, go to your local town, find a flight instructor and take a flight lesson at night, okay? And then come back to me on flight, and then you're gonna come back to me and say, Master, I'll be back, 1 second. I'll be back. Okay, Republican number 1. Let's go. Okay. Alright. If you can, guys, push like and share the video with your friends. The product gets updated daily, and I update, as you can see, right away. Yesterday was the update for Bravo 7. The product is updated for Bravo 7 already. Okay, so just before I get noticed by Laminar, and it's just within months or so, I'm still gonna do my company. So I'm still gonna work for my company regardless. I'm gonna continue to work on the product and provide you with the best possible picture that could be ever. Okay, so see the amount of traffic here? It's insane. Oh, wrong switches. I bet how many people did that? How many people did that? And I was like wondering, why is my wiper still on? That's like common problem as hell. You know how many people did that? On a daily basis it happens at least once. And if a guy confused these two and he opened the door by pushing the rudder and flipping the plane, you know that incident, right? Okay, so what are we gonna do, guys? What are we gonna do? As far as what we need to do, I should say. So we need to do before takeoff flow. So you say departure review, and then say flaps 5, V-speed set, auto throttle arm, LNAV enough arm, 5,000 feet. And you call for before takeoff checklist. And you can also secure the cabin by pressing switch. Approaching the runway, you'll say the runway intersection added, so 08 right, intersection. Yeah, we'll just say hold short 08 right at hotel. Okay, so we are 08 right at hotel. Cycle the belts twice. Boom, 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 boom. So that's now notified before entering the runway. Landing lights only when cleared. Taxi lights, depending on the company, some use off for takeoff. Taxi lights, some use on. Strobe lights, of course, on. Weather radar on. The transponder is supposed to be already on Charlie throughout all the way, even on the ramp. And D, you're just gonna verify the ANP, RNP required for the RNAV, and you're gonna set the clock when you clear. Okay, so easy, right? Seems easy. So when you stand like that, we're not moving, so any taxi landing lights are not on. These are standard, right? Let's actually kill the bleeds for takeoff and get more performance that way. And in the Boeing, it's not packs, it's bleeds. So you kill the bleeds, and that's how you take off. If you have APU, you can use air from it, and that's what they usually do, but it's okay. When you're aligned with the runway, FDs are supposed to be on, VNAV is armed, LNAV is armed for RNAV departure. It's gonna use an ATP2. With 80 knots, you're gonna cross check. So your calls will be as so. You set the thrust, set takeoff thrust, set thrust, set. then at 80 knots, you say 80 knots, check, and then V1, rotate. At positive rate, he's gonna call positive rate. I'll command gear up. He's gonna put gear up and set gear up. No lights when they're off. At 400 feet radial altimeter, I'll call roll mode. So I'll call LNAV or heading select. At 1000, it's gonna call for VNAV speed and acceleration, depending on the acceleration. Alright, we're gonna retract flaps as so, like from 5 to 1, from 1 to 0. So twice retracting when it reaches. So easy done. Alright, so now when we take off, we're gonna put the thrust, right? Apply the thrust. At first I'm gonna push the nose down to the runway a little bit so it gets more traction with the nose wheel, right? Because the thrust will lift your nose up a bit and your gear might, you know, be your nose gear might not have good traction with it. So you have to push forward a little bit, right? That's coming off at like 80, around 80, 40, 60 knots, depending. So to neutral. Then if I have any crosswind from any side, I'm gonna apply towards the crosswind side a bit of aileron to cover. So you see that scale? I don't want to go past 6. Because what 6 does, it raises past 6, like even like 5 or so, it raises the one panel. Just watch. So you see, when I'm about 5 degrees, that's when it raises up. So if I do a lot, you see how they raised up. So these are receptors. Not only it moves that, what it should move, basically, it also starts to move the interceptors. So don't use any more than, unless it's really needed. You know, sometimes it can be really needed. And then when we take off, what I'm gonna do is, look. As soon as we get V1 rotate, right? I'm gonna pull on the yoke slightly like this, but enough. Like, okay, this is the full, right? This is the full. So I'm gonna do about half. And when the nose raises up, I'm gonna control it with my yoke, the rate at which it starts to raise up. Because first we take off the nose gear. So first, when the nose gear gonna leave the ground, I'm gonna leave it at there and possibly even decrease a bit so the mains can take off, because we don't want no tail strikes. Okay, so when the mains are off the ground, then I'm gonna be firmly but smoothly advanced to 17.5 on the pitch. So 10, there's 20, you can see 17.5 is above this, like it's 15 and it's a 17.5. So I'm gonna advance to that, depending on how it wants, and I'm gonna leave it there. Possibly I would need to down trim a bit, but that's not necessary. When the thrust is gonna decel at reduction altitude, what's gonna happen? The nose will automatically drop at around 10 because of not sufficient power to hold it, and it's gonna just kind of lean in that pocket, and that's it. And that's what you want. You don't even need to like crazy trim it, and so it's gonna be depending on the power a lot. So also what's gonna be happening when you do the turn, if you feel like your aircraft momentarily pulls up too much, you can always increase the bank or decrease, or for vice versa effect. For what? Instead of trimming right away, you can correct it and let the plane fly how it wants and then trim out. You know what I mean? Gotcha. I think it's understood, right? So make sure you do double takeoff. That means your gear first, your front gear, nose gear, then the main, and then enjoy flying. One sec. Намело всякой хуйни. Намело всякой хуйни в апартментах, там слева, справа и бабы живут, и ни одна не взяла метелку, чтобы подмести дорожку, которая ведет к этому основной, общей. Блять, я взял только что подмел. Пиздец, ни одна нахуй. Вот, блять, use, блять, of women nowadays. Нахуй. Ну, кстати, сверху одна девчонка сделала это, причем мексиканка. Окей. Ladies and gentlemen, ready to take off. Cape Cruises from March. Southwest 1845, ready for takeoff. Runway 80 right. 08 right. Correction. Tower, Southwest 1845, request takeoff, 10 right.
Southwest 1845 pattern direction is left.
What pattern?
Roger.
What pattern?
Southwest 1845.
We're not talking about anything like pattern.
Tower Southwest 1845 ready for departure.
Southwest 1845, you are number 2 for departure.
Number 2!
Holding number 2 for departure Southwest 1845.
Where's number 1?
Southwest 1845, you are number 2 for departure.
I am number 2 for departure. Wait, am I number 2 for departure? Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Southwest
Are you sure about that?
1845, you are number 2 for departure.
Are you sure about that? Am I number 2? Number 2 or 1? Wait, 3 or 1 or 2? 2? For sure it's 2?
Southwest 1845,
Endless
you are
loop.
number 2 for departure.
Endless loop, guys.
Holding number 2 for departure Southwest 1845.
That's the pilot to ATC for ya.
Southwest 1845, you are number 2 for departure.
How about frequency change?
Holding number 2 for departure Southwest 1845.
Southwest 1845, you are number 2 for departure.
Bruh,
Holding number 2 for
I'm
departure
gonna disconnect this shit because this is fucked up. I'm gonna reconnect it. Pilot to ATC works shitty. Alright, so we got a radar.
Standard. 2,100 broken. 6,000 overcast. Temperature 26. Dew point 21.
Let's
Clearance
make sure that we are.
Southwest 1845 ready to copy.
Southwest 1845, we don't have a flight plan on file for you.
Oh really? Oh, I feel bad. You don't have flight plan. Yeah, validate file again. See, sometimes that messes up big time.
Clearance delivery Southwest 1845 ready to copy.
Southwest 1845 is cleared to Kilo Mike Delta Whiskey fly the barn to departure with the rest transition. Venice 5. Expect departure runway 08 right. Climb to 8,000 feet via the departure. Expect higher clearances 2 minutes after departure. Atlanta departure on 133.47. Squawk 3205.
Southwest 1845 is cleared to Kilo Mike Delta Whiskey fly the barn to departure with the risk transition. Venice 5.
All right.
Climb to 8,000 feet via the departure.
It's
Expect
how long
higher
will our
clearances 2
flight?
minutes
I'm
after
gonna see if
departure.
I'm gonna make the
Atlanta departure on 133.47.
1 hour 29 minutes. Good, good, good. Soon as after we are on cruise level, I'll leave
Southwest
for
1845
10
reback
minutes.
correct altimeter 3010.
and I'll come back and we will I will go by the book and show you.
Altimeter 3010 tower on 119.3 Southwest 1845.
All right, now
Tower Southwest 1845 ready for departure.
Southwest 1845 winds are 09 or 5 at
Fine.
15 knots. Runway 08 right cleared for takeoff.
Runway 08 right cleared for takeoff Southwest
All right.
1845.
brakes off, right is clear, left is clear, guys. Strap in. Do you hear the do you notice the usual sound? How you operate it is much more how it sounds and how it works. You guys understand, right? Then what you do is what you see. All right, we're cleared. Oop, that was my bad. That shake was it's unacceptable, guys. This is it was bad shake. All right, take off. All right, so I'm gonna show you how to stabilize the aircraft quick, as far as engine power, right? So what some people do, you might like set it to and wait until it gets to like 40, like that, and it's gonna take forever. And then when it's 40, you press it, and there's other way to do it, and it's better and faster and more proper. Of course, it goes by the book, Boeing book, etc. But look, when you advance more than it's supposed to be, the EEC picks it up with computers to work properly, and then without stabilizing, you kind of just pushing it along. You know what I mean? Just look. So I give it more. And when I start noticing, and then I just advance. Press set. Speed alive. You can understand what I mean. 80 knots. Thrust hold. Alright, so we just wait. Our hands on the throttle. Left hand on the yoke. V1, both hands. Rotate. I lift up, wait, and then when all of them leave, then when I start. Cross the brake, you're up. And then 17.5, just like it is. In the aircraft, you see, I'm not even trimming. It's neutral position of the yoke. It's perfectly doing what it's supposed to. Now I'm pushing it forward a little bit and give it a little bit forward pitch. All right. Thrust climb and see how it's gonna lean into it. Now I have to trim bug. Command L nav. VNAV speed check. Flap 1 speed check.
Departure on 121.22 southwest on 845.
Oh, no more flashing of the rivers. Nice.
Departure southwest on 845 flying 8000.
Southwest 1. Radar contact. Tree nautical miles east of position.
Flaps up. Speed check. And then you do the flow. So the flow is boom. Boom. Раз, два, три. Turn these off if needed. Unless there's like a rain or anything of that nature. And make sure that the... See, we were taking off with no bleeds, so bleeds coming on. Bleeds, backs. Sure the pressure is good, and the aircraft is pressurizing. So far, it's pressurizing down a bit. It's gonna go up. All right.
Southwest
That's because a lot of pressure built with it. After takeoff checklist. 16 down.
Southwest 1.
Alright, a bit of chops. Get ready. Your hand should be on the yoke. My autopilot's going crazy, but because I got an autopilot on the thing, so you know. That's nice, that's normal. I can feel how Brunner fights with the winds, you know. Nice. You know that time about when you're about to come out, the clouds starts to get lighter. That's what I'm talking about. God damn it. 10,000. I still don't want higher speed. Just because it's bumpy, you know what I mean? I want max rate, that's what I'm doing right now, and I don't want any higher speeds. Okay, let's do a left a little bit, okay? Heading select. And do a small angle, like 20 degrees. That's why I'm kind of leaning away from it. Jeez. Warlock my ass. Heading select. Shaking so much that I'm not even, I'm missing the keys. Yeah, we're coming out of this bitch. Want to go? Hey, where are we at? I'm maintaining level 240. Yeah, the genius who made the zoom on the middle mouse button is genius. Is the guy who probably flies so much in the sim that he's got no time to understand how it should work. And by flying so much in the sim, I of course joke. This is sarcasm. It doesn't fly for fuck. Because, you know, it's supposed to be whatever, man. That's why I took fuel, you know? We're gonna overfly this thing. And I'm gonna do the econ. It's already on the other mode, but I'm gonna do econ. Transition. And do 240. Oh yeah. It's beautiful though, look. So nice. It's always summertime here. Alright, so I'm flying around this thing. It's beautiful, guys. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Don't you love Neo? I love it. I'm making screenshots. This is a beautiful shot. Oh my Lord mercy. I told you when you're gonna see how it looks like, you're gonna be like, Lord mercy, Lord mercy, Lord mercy. Alright, direct to warm. This is so beautiful. A little bit of shadow problem there, but it's okay. No, it's actually good. go. God damn it! Alright. Maintain 320. Alright, so for 320, what we're gonna do, we're gonna get the speed here and then we're gonna mark it towards it. Look. Time. Good enough.
Southwest 18451. Southwest 18445. Resident navigation. Navigation Southwest 18445. Southwest 145 Appleton Center 1 Center on 13311 Southwest 1845. Center Southwest 1845.
Fuel.
320.
Southwest 1845 good afternoon.
Alright, we're climbing, guys. Super nice. I love it. Look at that. Nice. Somebody in Discord said the cockpit is too dark, but I'm just trying to explain to a person that his TV probably not calibrated correctly, or the screen not calibrated, or has some post effects or anything like that. Yeah, you can't have post effects because your picture's gonna fall apart. TC. Alright, so I'm gonna leave for 10-15 minutes. I'll be back. Just a note. If you need
Southwest
all basically the video.
Southwest 18455, maintain flight level 360.
Right.
Southwest 18455, maintain flight level 360. Southwest 1845, contact command center on 133.6.
Southwest 1845, good afternoon.
Wow. So beautiful, guys. We're climbing to flight level 340. Yeah, I was busy.
Southwest 1845 climb and maintain flight level 360.
God damn it. My bad. I put enter not wrong keys. Okay. I pressed on the keyboard. I have few. Oh my goodness. This is so beautiful. clouds look a bit better in the Bravo 7, I think. Okay guys, I'm hopefully not gonna get disconnected. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna check everything is good, everything is working. You are free to move inside the cabin. We're gonna come back to that book and some of the things in it in 12 minutes, okay? I need to go to gas station and get me a snack. That's what people are okay. That's what people are referring to when they see lit up cockpits. And I'm gonna show it to a client. Okay, I'll be back, guys.
Southwest 1845, contact Indianapolis Center on 121.32.
Center on 121.32 Southwest 1845.
contact Indianapolis Center on 124.77.
Center on 124.77 Southwest 1845. Center Southwest 1845 contact flight level 360.
Southwest 1845 Liberty.
That's not supposed to be like that. It needs to be fixed. I understand it's already like the evening, right? But still. Some hole I've flown through the hole. Alright, let's fly around this thing a bit. Zero 10-9 stat 3003. High pressure throughout all the states. Yeah, it needs to be a bit. I'm gonna look into turbidity a bit. Let me see. Came out to the store, it's like visiting the zoo, guys. Literally. And this is Miami. That's insane.
Southwest 185 kilometers. Turn left heading 270.
Heading 270 Southwest 1845.
I'm gonna fix this right now. This is due to turbidity, guys. Let me see what this weather station says. 13.4. 13.4, that's gonna be...
Southwest 1845. Turn left and 305 to
Heading 305 Southwest 1845.
Alright, we're gonna... I'm reloading the screen.
Southwest 1845. Turn left.
Yeah, I know I'm of course. Of course I'm of course.
Heading 305 Southwest 1845.
Vertical speed, 6,000. That's correct. Alright. Spoilers. I'm just watching the turbidity for the proper levels. It's gonna be auto max. I'm gonna brief the approach and everything, but so far we're just descending through.
Southwest 1845. Turn left and 305.
Alright, let's go direct Haley.
305 Southwest 1845.
Alright. Sometimes clouds could be a little funky, guys. That's the beta. Nothing you can do. I was gonna go clean up my room, but then I got high. Okay. In around 10,000, get the lights on. It's gonna be a flip 40 approach, guys. Oh my god. Brothers. Where is my candy? Where's my candy? I thought I fucking bought candy, I swear. I swear to God. I can swear on anything. I bought the fucking candy bar. I guess I didn't buy it because the fucking, oh man, you know what I mean? I came into the store and there's a bunch of like fucking drug addicts over there. It's like a zoo. And this is Miami. It's by the sea. It's not like that's just, you know. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's just like this country needs to be clean big time.
Southwest 1845, contact Chicago Beach 128.
128.27.
10,000 feet. All right, we're gonna be under the Bravo airspace, so we gotta slow down to 200 knots. So 200 knots, and then we're gonna flap it. That's the case. Flap 1 and speed check. We're gonna be doing 200 and flaps because there's gonna be a. It is already past Bravo airspace above us, and by FAA rules. I'll try to get you guys really comfortable and. 3003-040-10. All I can say, brothers, you know, from my perspective, from my 40 years old perspective, keep your head clean as far as thoughts. Don't let the bullshit get inside of you, inside of your brain, because that's the same as disease as all the rest. You keep your stomach clean and keep your brain clean. Is that right? Or right, yeah? Yeah. 11,547. I love how the plane flies, guys. It's just like you can feel the aircraft flying. It's hard to explain. Explain to me. So, this is the single and rare occasion where you need flaps too. That's the most, like, from the past 2-3 years, I haven't used flaps too. That's just how rare it is. So if you're under like Bravo, you need 200, but you need slightly lower angle on your pitch, you gotta add flap 2. So flaps 2, speed check. That's better for the visibility of the other traffic. And that's just 1 degree, but just bought it. Thank you. That doesn't work. Okay. What if I want to fly North America to Europe? What do I put? If you want to fly from North America to Europe, I would, depending on what time you're going to be in Europe. If you're going to be in Europe at nighttime, I would put Europe. 2B, which is 2B. If you're departing America at night and it's going to be daytime there, I would put America. But make sure you turn off that sim haven and auto ortho at I'll show let me land and I'll show what I mean. Okay. Select. I got some distraction in the cockpit. Wanna go? I think I got trash.
Welcome to your voicemail service.
Okay. Then, for your own good. Runway. Boom. Fix. Boom. Sit down. I don't have time to explain a lot of things. Just trust me. When I'm gonna do these other airports, I'm gonna explain a lot of stuff. Here we don't have time. You will just see how I use these tools.
Heading 275 vectors of the ILS approach for runway 04 right descent and maintain 4,000 feet southwest 1845.
Heading 270. Mandatory 6. Alright, so we're coming in with a 6. Let's do heading 260. And then we wait. Alright, so another thing you can do, look. Here's the initial fix, right? What we can do an intercept. So to do an intercept, what we do is take that less fix, where you can see the vector 2. We don't need this thing. We don't even need. So we in vector 2, right? So get that. Go to out here, boom, like this. But intercept course, do the radial. Alright, so that's gonna be opposite to what you have here. So most likely 110. Oh, wrong, completely wrong. Okay, so it is course. 310. So you see now it is like that. Something valid 330. Are you shitting me, bro? 330. Enter. Are you fucking with me? You know what? That's some bug. So look what it's gonna do. You're doing with the heading, so you're gonna, when you get close to it, I'll press LNAV and it's gonna join that. What is doing activate? What is activating? $39. Wow. Alright. So, we already at 200.
Southwest 1845, turn right to heading 280.
Попадаются. Discorded. .047, and then we'll do the minutes.
Southwest 1845, turn right to heading 285.
869.
Heading 285 Southwest 1845.
Southwest 1845, turn right to heading 315.
Turn right to heading 315 Southwest 1845.
Southwest
Alright, so now
1845,
LNAV.
315.
869, take it to the hunt. In real aircraft, you can do control panel both on one, on two, and then it will transfer to the right one. And level up. It works, but it's not working properly. All right, so what we got on the fuel? We got 10.5. So
Heading 330 Southwest 1845.
oof. Watch out for this one. It's base to final, down into base, all kind of like dangerous turns with low speed. And you were at speed gun Jesus. Alright, so we briefed the approach. 1115047, 2400 Citgo, let's approach. Midway, let's localize it 4 right, 04 right, let's check.
Heading 345 Southwest 1845.
345.
Southwest 1845 heading 015 20 nautical miles southwest of the airport. Fly heading 015 to intercept final. Cleared for ILS approach to runway 04 right. Contact Midway Tower on 135.2.
Heading 015, fly heading 015, cleared for ILS approach to runway 04 right. Tower on 135.2, Southwest 1845. Tower Southwest 1845, inbound for ILS approach runway 04 right.
Southwest 1845 connected and continue ILS to runway 04 right call were established on final.
Continue ILS runway 04 right, call when established on final Southwest 1845.
Next. Alright, then slowing down. Flaps 5. Speed check. Speed check. Flaps 5. Whoops. Yeah. Flaps 5. Speed 180. Warlock light slope. That's how professionals do. And we're on the decel. On the decel side of slowing down. Let's slow the fuck down. 170 is good. Yeah, people, bro. It has problems with shadowing, like the sim. So I don't know. Some people might find better like 05 or something. I even think 05 is what it needs to be. We'll see. I might do a real quick hot fix, and I'll tell you what to fix yourself before you. But you see now, when looking at it, it's like becomes shit. And it's also depends like if you're looking at the whole picture or just the window. So it's gonna be darker. When you look at here, it's gonna be lighter. So it's all crap, but you know. Alright, brake accumulator. And the green. Fuel. It's at about 10,000 even. Look good. Lights look good. Gavin, good seats for landing. Do you ever notice how you're like all the way in the soup for a long time, and then you just fly, and a long time you don't see, and then you just pop out in the ground, and it's fucking nice. Alright, you see the line, 7 miles, I gear down it, and I do usually, when it gets on the lower side of 180, flaps 15 speed check. Then I slow down to 160. So it's like 180, 160, 150, and then rev. Flaps 30 speed check, and then flaps speed 150, and then look at the 40, 39. So 40 plus 45. So, okay. Flaps 40. Speed check 145. There you go. Recall. Spoilers, arm, flaps 40, green light. Ignition. Continuous, lights on. Cabin seated and looking good. Oh, look at that downtown. Look at the towers sticking out of this building. It's nice. All right, landing checks complete. All right, runway inside. Very nice. I love it. I'll give you a hot fix, guys. I'll give you a hot fix. Very nice. I'm handling the aircraft. I'm dancing with it. So I do and I let go. So all of my movements are like surgically short, but on point. You know what I mean? Same with the thrust. So if I happen to, like right now, to be higher than I need to, we'll fix it up.
Southwest 1845 winds are 044 at 10 knots. Clear to land runway 04 right.
Clear to land runway 04 right Southwest 1845.
Clear to land. Whoa, hold on a sec. Oh, okay, good. See, 1 second I looked away and right off. Because I need to see if there's no traffic. Alright, we gotta be on point here, because this is USS Midway, guys. It's gotta be on point landing. Means hard, not hard, but it's called touchdown, positive touch. Continue. Slightly below, but that's okay.
100.
Alright, so you understand what it's gotta be.
30. 10.
There you go.
Southwest
Spoilers,
1845
reverse. That's how safe you need to be.
report clear of active.
Reverse, spoilers. Short runways, slippery. Really on point, 70 knots. Either reverse, manual brake. Alright, reverse stowed. That's how you clean it up. Level up. That's got to change to 100. See, it doesn't, but it does when clean. I don't know how come. Like it's level change 100. There you go. I'll try the altitude later. The reason why it sounds like real is because I use it like real. It's a good sound pack, but for it to sound like you usually hear, you gotta use it like that. Don't get it too close to that guy, but we don't want our ass sticking out anywhere, dude. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay seated. Please stay seated. Oh gosh, I'm gonna go smoke while we wait. No, actually, I need to park right. I made it a little bit brighter, guys. Alter exposure, I made it 0.5, not 0.004. There's another one, 0.6, but it's gotta be, when you do that, you'll see the whole fucking picture falling apart when you like zoom out. So 0.05 is, although I really like 0.4, 0.45 was, right? Yeah. Let me I'm gonna eat sandwich. Literally, okay, let's park. Letizia parchi. It's beautiful now. actually. I don't want to depend it on something. I might have depended on bright days and do bright days to brighter. I'll see what I can do, guys. I'll see what I can do. So you don't have to do it yourself. Because I would hate the old things like do it yourself, kind of like set your things. It's not proper. But there's also a thing with reality with people having different calibration. Can't make everybody have proper calibration, but I insist on it. All right. Parking brake set, start device cut off, fuel pumps off, window heat off, prop heat off, NTIs off, hydraulic pumps, electrics off, start switches off, oil quantity and hydraulic just check. I don't know why nobody does like the realism of oil use. Starting with auto recall. It's just like one of the things like in reality that you have to worry about is like oil use. 8 PU, starts with oil quantity, hydraulic quality radar off, transponder standby and zeros. Parking check is complete, and I'm gonna leave the aircraft for now. I'm gonna go smoke, so I gotta do the proper thing. And as well as that, it's on. So I switch everything off, and then switch this off, and these two. So now I can leave. See, magically, I'm allowed to leave with this condition. All right. And if you want to use a reshade or something, you can experiment with ambient light. That's one of the things to experiment for sure. Maybe Gaussian blur, I like that. And that's it. Don't do anything else, because everything else is no vibrance, no nothing, because it's all added up to the point of how it's supposed to be. No less, no more. Now we're gonna be doing the portion of theory and practice as well. I'm gonna show tricks and yada yada, tricks of the trade, how you say, right? And different airports, different fields, different approaches, different techniques, and kind of like, you know, the really interesting information. Okay, so we'll be back. Okay, guys, so the technical part of the stream starts, and technical by I mean like the hard study of the 737, meaning flying it the way some even real world pilots don't follow this. It's a lot of detail. We're gonna go by the book, by the all of the combined skills of experienced pilots, captains who wrote any information. Okay, and yeah, I will. Okay. Короче, кайфуем. Да, ёп. All right. We'll be back, guys. Так, наверное, надо отдельный стрим запустить. Давайте я так и сделаю. Я хочу... Красиво так. Я хочу отдельно... Very beautiful. Собака нахуй, ёбаная чертина. Хотел трафик вне зависимости от этого летает. Странно. Меня. Так. Видите, даже без всяких спецэффектов офигенно все. Да, я не наелся, я хочу пойти теперь на заправку, ну только на другую, и купить там то, что мне надо. Ну хотя ладно, это еще успеется. Давайте офнем, я потом подрублю и